On South Bixel in the Westlake District New Year's Day. Officers found him hours later at another nearby carport with the help of a witness and police dogs.
Police say the suspect was crafty. He'd stake out a neighborhood first, peering into carports and garages, and where he noticed surveillance cameras, he would spray paint them to avoid being caught in the act.
After sneaking past the gate, police say Chabarro sprayed silver paint right into the camera lens. Police say that's him before sabotaging the camera at a parking garage in North Hollywood. Police have also impounded Chabarro's Mercedes. Inside, much of the items believed to be stolen. More were found in Chabarro's apartment.
Basically, we're trying to find its rightful owner. So far, we have linked him to 6 crimes that occurred here in Rampart and 2 in the Valley.
If these are yours, claim them by calling the LAPD's Rampart Division Station. In the Westlake District, Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
Police say Chabarro also stole garage door openers to hit multiple residents in the same apartment complex. You can claim stolen items by calling the LAPD's Rampart Division at 213-924-2451. The group officially representing people of color on the city's payroll recently celebrated an important milestone. Gil Reyes takes us to the Los Angeles Association of Black Personnel Gala.
The celebration at LA City Hall honored city workers like Brenda Anderson. The associate director for the mayor's office relies on her contacts to set up popular cultural events, programs like African American Heritage Month.
A lot of it could not happen without some of the focus and direction and leadership of the Los Angeles Association of Black Personnel staff.
The LAABP celebrated its 40th anniversary with this dinner reception. The group has traditionally supported people of color who work for the city.
Not only do we represent African American employees, but we also sponsor training programs, and we try to host seminars to prepare people for city exams so that they can promote through city service and realize their fullest potential as city employees.
Thank you for the work that you do. And it's not just talk. I've seen it.
LA Deputy Mayor Larry Frank praises the group's hiring and mentoring programs. And though African Americans are most prominent in its ranks, the group says everyone in the city family is welcome.
Any city employee can join. You don't have to be African American, but we're kind of like self-help. You know, we're helping each other promote and progress through city service.
The group's former presidents, including recently elected state assemblyman Reggie Jones Sawyer, were also on hand. The Los Angeles Association of Black Personnel says it will continue to enhance opportunities for decades to come. In downtown LA, Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
People wishing to donate to its minority scholarship program can do so by visiting laabp.org. The Los Angeles Police Department teams up with local community members and city departments to help promote cultural understanding and peace through art. Rasha Goel explains.
These paintings were among the latest pieces to be showcased in downtown LA during Art Walk, a monthly showcase of local galleries and artists. But what makes these paintings even more unique is they come from across the world, from Pakistan.
This is the first time that we have brought the art and culture of Pakistan to downtown Los Angeles in this beautiful venue. Thank you, Los Angeles.
I don't think your average person in Los Angeles really has seen this type of art before. And just to appreciate another culture, another tradition, another part of the world, I think it's a great opportunity.
Titled Art and Expression of Shared Human Values, the exhibition aims to promote cultural awareness and understanding of the Pakistani culture, because lack of understanding is what can lead to hate and even violence.
They're vibrant members of Greater Los Angeles, but we don't find that we have as many forums as there should be to really bring the community of Pakistan more in sync with the greater overall Los Angeles.
Art brings peace to the world.
The artwork displayed here was specially brought in from Pakistan for this exhibition. Now, while none of the artists are here, we were able to speak to a local Pakistani American artist who shared with us that perhaps this exhibition may help Americans see Pakistan in a different light.
I would like to have Pakistanis bring in more art and crafts and their cinema and all the creative things that they make. because the media doesn't really want to report that much of it, and they focus on the negative side.
A panel was also held discussing commonalities between the American and Pakistani communities.
Once we start communicating through art, through culture, through music, through dance, we find that, well, you know, deep down inside, we're basically all the same.
The energy is very positive. There's a lot of hot images here.
15 artists were showcased in this exhibition who were represented by Manaz Sukhera, a curator from Collectors Galleria in Pakistan.
Sitting here, you could never imagine that what kind of artists we have, how hardworking they are, and what all they're creating.
And perhaps a different side to the life they are living. In downtown Los Angeles, I'm Rasha Goel for LA This Week.
The three-day exhibition was held in Councilmember Jose Huizar's district at the Old Farmers and Merchants building. Television productions continue to run away to other cities. Crime is down at LAX, and students volunteer their time to clean up their community. These stories and more in City Beat.
On-location production in and around LA County increased nearly 5% in 2012 compared to the previous year, thanks largely to the filming of sitcoms and commercials. That's according to Film LA, the nonprofit group that administers film permits for on-location shoots. But there is also plenty of bad news when it comes to so-called runaway productions. TV drama shoots dropped 20% in LA County in 2012, and reality show filming dropped almost 12%. Film LA says overall production figures in 2012 are still below levels seen prior to 2009. Councilman Tom LaBonge joined Fire Station 35 to help dedicate Chuck Hallman Square in Los Feliz recently at the corner of Hillhurst and Clayton Avenues. Chuck Hallman served at Fire Station 35 for over 35 years, beginning his career with the Los Angeles Fire Department in 1976. He retired from the LAFD as an engineer in June of 2011. Hallman worked at Fire Station 35 from 1982 until his retirement. The number of major crimes reported at Los Angeles International Airport dropped nearly 27% last year, and overall crime continues to decline as well, according to statistics released by Los Angeles Airport Police. This, while passenger volume is estimated to have increased almost 2.5% compared to 2011. Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa said in a statement released by LAX that safety doesn't happen by accident, but that crime reduction at LAX is a result of the city's steadfast commitment to the safety of all Angelenos and the visitors who pass through our city. Over 400 teens with the Pacific American Volunteer Association recently volunteered their time to make Los Angeles a cleaner place. They met outside of Council President Herb Wesson's district office on Southwestern Avenue before heading to several locations throughout the community.
We just get involved, and every month or so we just clean up. No one really appreciates the beauty of, cleaning up, because not many people just go out there to just do that for fun. Also supporting this event were various homeowners associations as well as the LAPD.
And over in Council District 12, some student volunteers also gathered at Limekiln Canyon Park before the new year to take part in a cleanup and beautification event.
Limekiln Canyon Park on Limekiln Canyon Road in Northridge is an unstaffed City of Los Angeles pocket park that's open from dawn till dusk. And that means the park often needs a lot of TLC to help it look its best. That's where student volunteers come into the picture. On a recent Saturday, they led a cleanup of Limekiln Canyon Park.
There's many different schools, and I don't know, probably about 40, 50 people came out here and picked up a lot of trash and covered up a lot of graffiti. All of us to get involved and clean up our community and take pride of where we live and do it for a good cause, and maybe meet some new friends along the way.
And this cleanup at the park was no walk in the park. In fact, students even had to venture inside this dark tunnel to pick up trash and paint over graffiti. And outside the dark tunnel, other volunteers also donned paintbrushes to beautify the outside of the shell. For more volunteer opportunities in Council District 12, you can call the district's Community Service Center at 818-882-1212.
South LA's homeless population and low-income residents now have a new place to call home as a historic landmark gets transformed into a supportive living facility. Anna Marcos has more on the grand reopening of the 28th Street YMCA.
This grand, elegant building in South LA is from a bygone era, but it's been reborn to fit the needs of the 21st century. After a little rehab, the old 28th Street YMCA in the Vernon area has become the 28th Street Apartments, a living center that provides affordable homes for low-income people and those with mental illnesses. Several of the units will also house young people transitioning from homelessness.
Clifford Beers Housing is beginning to see itself as the Johnny Appleseed of supportive housing. That is, we go about the city building new buildings or rehabilitating old ones to create affordable housing for low-income people, some of whom are living with mental illness. We demonstrate through our work that people living with mental illness can achieve the recovery that allows them to thrive in their communities.
The building was the work of famed African-American architect Paul Williams. Although he left his mark on buildings from Beverly Hills to LAX, his legacy is also evident in much of South LA's architecture, from the Second Baptist Church to the 28th Street YMCA.
His career spanned over 50 years and included 3,000 plus projects. His designs included such landmarks as the Ambassador Hotel, the Beverly Hills Saks Fifth Avenue, the futuristic themed building at the LA International Airport.
And now the new apartments, the community rooms and computer rooms will provide a new shared history for many in the community who need a place to call their own. I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week.
The project is a joint effort by the Coalition for Responsible Community Development and Clifford Beers Housing. Additional funding sources included the Community Redevelopment Agency and Wells Fargo Bank. And in this week's list of things to do, ballroom dancing, bird watching, and an impending deadline for LA Student Film Festival.
You don't have to be on Dancing with the Stars to dance like the stars. If you're looking for a fun way to burn off those holiday calories and fulfill your New Year's resolution, head on over to St. Euphrasia Church in Granada Hills. The church is offering ballroom, swing, and foxtrot dance lessons every Friday evening through February 8th. The church is located at 17637 Mayerling Street in Granada Hills. For information on cost and how to register, call 818-360-4611. A California towhee was the first bird spotted at the Audubon Center at Debs Park in 2013. More than 140 species of birds have been recorded at Debs Park, which opened a decade ago as an environmental education and conservation center. The center, the fourth largest park in the city of Los Angeles, features community programs and events for children and their families to experience and care for the natural world. The Audubon Center at Debs Park is located at 4700 North Griffin Avenue. To learn more about birding, trails, and other outdoor programs at Debs Park, visit debspark.audubon.org. Councilmember Paul Krikorian is calling on students to finalize projects to ensure they are able to participate in the only film festival solely for Los Angeles County high school students. The deadline for submissions is January 16th, and the Student Media Festival is slated for March 30th at the El Portal Theater in the NoHo Arts District. Student work in the animation, comedy, commercial, drama, or documentary PSA category under 7 minutes in length are eligible. A $500 prize will be awarded to each winning film. For a complete list of guidelines and more details on how to apply to the Student Media Festival, go to lasmf.lacity.org. And that's a look at some upcoming things to do.
And we continue to bring you news of new parks being built here in our city, many of them as part of the mayor's and the Department of Recreation and Parks' 50 Parks initiative, which aims to create recreational space where there once was blight. Anna Marcos takes us to the Valley for the latest Pocket Park grand opening.
This new park is ringing in the new year for some lucky kids in the Valley. Even District 2 Councilmember Paul Krikorian's daughter Lori takes her turn at the ropes. The park on the corner of Fulton Avenue and Van Owen Street is the 6th project in the 50 Parks Initiative, a plan to bring some green open space to 50 of LA's most underserved urban neighborhoods by transforming blighted lots into pocket park oases.
Parks are a public safety measure as well. If we don't fund parks, it doesn't matter how much we fund the police department. We will not have a safe community. We will not have a community that offers our young people the kinds of opportunities that they should have.
It's nice to see that we're bringing the city back and making it greener.
A few years ago, this was just an empty DWP yard with a chain link fence and a bunch of dirt. In fact, this whole area was blighted. Now, 2 street corners are part of the River Walkway. 1 street corner has new businesses, and this last street corner is now a playground.
We took a well site. This is an active well site bringing water to the citizens of LA to drink. But it also provided an open space, a space where we could use our imagination.
And by the looks of it, the slides and playground equipment, the ropes, rings, and climbing wall are already getting a good workout. I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week.
The playground was built with money from community block grants. And that's going to do it for this edition. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ellen Chang. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org. You can also follow and like us on Facebook. We'll see you back here next week for more of LA This Week.
The average adult spends more than 8 hours in front of a screen each day. Children spend up to 4 hours. Studies show that sedentary lifestyles put you at risk for disease, even at an early age. But a healthy lifestyle is just a click away. Los Angeles Recreation and Parks provides over 16,000 acres of parkland with parks and lakes, swimming pools, golf courses, skate parks, and dog parks, and more than 180 community recreation centers. A healthy lifestyle is just a click away. LAparks.org.
Hi, I'm Nina. This is my daughter Miranda, and we live in Silver Lake. We love the cultural diversity of Los Angeles. You're watching LA City View, Channel 35. Our city, our channel.
Good morning. I want to welcome everybody to the Los Angeles City Council. Today is Wednesday, January 16th. The Los Angeles City Council meets every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. The public is welcome. If you would like to just see your government work, again, you're welcome to come and visit us. If you have something to say, we have public comment cards in the back. Please grab one, fill it out, and turn it into the sergeants. Mr. Clerk, I believe we have a quorum. Could you please call the roll?
Alarcon, Buscaino, Englander, Garcetti, Weezer, Koretska, Corrigan, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Zine, Wesson, 10 members present, and a quorum. Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. First order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Weezer moves, Alarcon seconds. Next.
Mandatory resolutions for approval.
Labange moves, Garcetti seconds. That brings us where?
Mr. President, that brings us to the start of our agenda. Before doing so, there have been requests from members to continue items 36 and 39 to January 23rd. Again, 36 and 39 to January 23rd.
Okay, without objection, that'll be the order.
Mr. President, a committee report for item 9 has been submitted and distributed for council's consideration. However, reports for 8 and 17 have yet to be submitted. If I may, we should hold 8 and 17 on the desk.
And you may and we shall.
Very good, sir. Items 1 through 7 are items noticed for public hearing.
Okay, do we have cards on these items?
Yes, sir, we do. We have cards on 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7.
Okay, let's hold those items. Members' specials? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, let's prepare to vote on the remaining items. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Next, Mr. Clerk.
Items 8 through 20 are items for which public hearings have been held.
Okay, these are items that we've had hearings already. So, members, Mr. Reyes.
Council President, there's a need to move and amend item 10 to adopt the substitute ordinance. It's a technical amendment. Can we do it now, or should we hold that?
Mr. City Attorney, can we do it?
It'd be best to hold that on a desk so that it can be distributed.
Circulate.
It should be distributed.
Okay, so we'll hold that for a moment, Mr. Reyes. And I believe, what did you say, item 10?
Yes.
Okay, item 10 for an amendment. Mr. Labange.
Very much. The one on 20.
You want to hold item 20?
Well, I'd like to make it special because I think there's something I want to.
Okay, so we'll hold item 20. Mr. Zine. 11 for Mr. Zine. Mr. Englander?
Item 19, if we can hold it for 1 week until January 23rd, Mr. President.
So you want to continue it for 1 week?
Thank you.
That would bring us where, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, that would bring us to a vote. If you'd like to continue item 19 to January 23rd without objection.
Okay, without objection, that'll be the order. Mr. Labange.
Well, question 10 and 18, are they the same thing? If I could, because I think 18 and 10 are the same.
Mr. Clerk.
Ordinance amending the municipal code for.
Well, I know we're holding item 10 for purpose of an amendment, but Mr. Labange's question.
Is anyone here from city staff for 18 or 10? So I want to make sure the ADA requirements are kept well on this particular
Okay,
issue.
Mr. Labange, why don't we just hold both of those items until you get your question answered? Okay, any other specials, members? Okay, let's prepare to vote on the remaining items. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next, Mr. Clerk.
Items 21 through 38 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, without objection, those items are now before us. Do we have cards?
Yes, sir, we do.
And they're on what items?
We have cards on 33, 34, 30, and 35.
Okay, specials members. Mr. Weezer, did you?
No, they called it by card.
Oh, you're good. Okay, any other specials?
Mr. President, we do have a card on item 38 now as well.
Okay, so let's prepare to vote on the remaining items. No specials from the members. Madam Clerk, open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Mr. Rosendahl,
On 35 by chance?
did we already pass 35?
I just had.
Okay, it's been held for cards, which would afford you the opportunity to speak on that item. Okay, where are we now, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, items 39 through 46 are items scheduled for closed session. Would you like to hold them on the desk?
Well, I think we'll hold them until the arrival of the Chair of Budget and Finance.
Mr. President, we do have a request to continue item 39 1 week to January 23rd. That's 39 to January 23rd.
Without objection. Okay. Let's, so we've gone through the entire agenda?
Yes, sir, except for the special, which is scheduled for 11 o'clock.
All right. Okay, why don't we just get this out of the way? Let's go to item 34. We have some cards on that item. Okay, so on item 34, members, we've discussed this item numerous times, so I'm going to allow for 1 minute of public comment on this item, beginning with John Walsh, William Robeson, and Gary Carver. If you please come forward. And whoever gets here first can speak. So, Mr. Robeson, you can speak first since you're first to the mic. It's good to see you again.
I'm William Russ Boston, and thank you for trying, Mr. Weston. I've heard all different names. Anyway, I'm here. I'm a medical marijuana cannabis patient. I have AIDS, full-blown AIDS. It's been that way for 10 years, and cannabis has been successful in helping me to feel better and helping me to show up. And I want to thank the council members who voted last fall to repeal the ban on my medicine. And but we're certainly not out of the woods. You know, I went to a little group last night, and it sounds to me like we're really mixed up. We're really confused about initiatives and stuff that's coming up on the ballot. You know, up on the agenda that I'm not going to. Well, here we're talking about it, and you know, we can't turn back now. We can't drop it. You know, I understand we're sick of talking about it. You know, I'm sick of hearing about it. I appreciate the medicine, and when my caregivers are shut down and pushed aside, you know, it doesn't help me at all. Please look at the unions and look at the caregivers and
Thank you.
Find a medium.
Thank you, and I hope today we will find a medium, William. Okay, Mr. Carver? Yes, sir. And you can pull the microphone down. Pull the microphone down so we can hear you. Yes, sir.
Yes. I'm a medical cannabis patient, and I treat myself with glaucoma. And I understand there are numerous ordinances regarding the dispensaries regulation. First of all, I want to thank you, the few of you that repealed the ban on the dispensaries last year. But I realize that we're not out of the woods yet. I want to urge you to consider the ordinance that the UFCW put forward for the sensible regulations of the dispensaries so that I could continue to have safe access to my medication. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Walsh, followed by William Leary, Sarah Armstrong, and Don Duncan.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. A new post up today on our endorsements. Despite the fact that I fit the profile of a pothead, I tried it once, I didn't like it. That's the same reason I have no children. I tried that once, didn't like it either. Let me tell you that as it stands, I want to say, I've been from this. Look, I don't care. You can take all the marijuana you want. People who take marijuana do not murder their children. People take speed, murder their children, okay? We didn't have that before speed was around. Mothers murdering their children. Never happened. The mother may fall asleep with her child if she's on pot, but she's not going to harm them. Hollywood High. Before, this city was in chaos with the marijuana. We had guys in phony doctors' outfits on Hollywood Boulevard selling marijuana to students. Now everything's under control. Thanks to Carmen Trutanich, you'll get to vote, and decide what you want. HollywoodHighlands.org.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. William Leary, followed by Sarah Armstrong, followed by Don Duncan. If you please come forward. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's William Leahy. I represent the pharmacy or the farm. I'm here to discuss the initiative. We know that you have the Wesson Koretz motion. I'd like it to be known that if you continue to put together what seems to be a reliable and a safe ordinance, that the pharmacy would be proud to stand beside the city and support you. And we encourage you to continue to make these loose ends, finish them up, tighten it up. There's a few little things there, but we will stand beside you as long as you can make these things happen. And I thank you all.
Thank you, and I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name. Please come forward.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sarah Armstrong. I'm the legal liaison for the Greater Los Angeles Collective Alliance. Today, you have voted to put forth your own voter initiative. I hope that before you do that, you'll meet with GLADCA and go over some very minor changes that we need so that we might stand together in this and make sure that medical marijuana in Los Angeles is not hijacked by the wrong kind of interests. You've known us for 7 years. We've been down here every time. We stand ready to work with you. We need 7 small changes, that's all. We'll be making the rounds this week. If you would take the time to meet with us, we would deeply appreciate it. Medical marijuana has been a difficult and contentious issue in Los Angeles. You have been on the cutting edge of it. Once again, with this voter initiative, you are in the forefront. And what you do here will resound not only in the state of California, but around the country. I would urge you to make us your partners in this and work closely with us so that we have an ordinance that works for safe access and keeps Los Angeles safe from the wrong kind of interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Duncan, Don Duncan. Yes, sir.
Good morning, council members. My name is Don Duncan, the California Director of Americans for Safe Access, and I'm here today to talk about the voter initiative proposed for the ballot. I want to remind you that, of course, you still have the opportunity to adopt an ordinance regulating medical cannabis collectives and cooperatives, just like dozens of cities around the state of California have already done. However, if you choose to go ahead with the voter initiative option, I urge you to listen carefully to all the stakeholders, in addition to the input from the city attorney's office, because there are some very good ideas about how to make a voter initiative like this work for everybody. So instead of 3 competing agendas, we could maybe just have 1 proposal. However, it's very important when you do this that you make the provisions of the voter initiative severable so that the normal checks and balances in our legal and judicial system can work. And it's also very, very important that it be amendable, because things are going to change in the courts and the legislature in the next few years. And if it's not amendable, we're going to have to go back to the ballot. So please take that to heart when you're creating and approving the language for the ballot. Thank you.
No, thank you. Okay, that ends public comment on this item. I'd like to go to the members now, starting with Mr. Paul Koretz. Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you all know, there are 2 ballot measures currently scheduled to head to the voters in May on medical marijuana, and neither is perfect. One in particular, I think, could leave far too little regulation of dispensaries and wouldn't serve our neighborhoods. And I think the best course for us is to offer voters a third alternative, a third and better alternative, which combines the revenue-raising provisions of one with the sensible controls on the numbers, locations, and operations of dispensaries of the other. This will ensure reasonable access, but still protect our neighborhoods. Today's item does not place this matter on the ballot. Instead, it directs the city attorney to prepare the appropriate paperwork for us to consider this issue once again next week. So we are not making any kind of final decision today, but merely asking the city attorney's office to prepare the necessary paperwork and bring it before us. I agree with anyone who will say that 3 measures on the same issue will be somewhat confusing. Still on balance, this seems like the prudent way to go. We'll continue to talk with the proponents of the existing ballot measure to see if we can reach a consensus before we act on this matter next week. I know some council members are somewhat anti-medical marijuana more than others, but I would ask you, rather than vote this down here today, to at least give us the chance to bring the paperwork for your consideration and take whatever actions you decide to take based on what you actually see before you next week.
Okay, Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. President. You know, and I didn't even push my button, but it was obvious
I knew you were going to.
that this is something that we should all be involved in. You all know the drama I played out on it myself. I don't need to do it again. That in my particular case, I was given a prescription for medical marijuana over 10 years ago when I was in the private sector, and I had diabetes. And the doctor said, for your neuropathy and your feet, Bill, I'm writing you a prescription for medical marijuana. And he writes for marijuana. And this is an internist at St. John's. This ain't no pot shop doctor. So I said, great. I said, great, because I think it's stupid in the first place to make it illegal. It should be one's behavior, not one's status, that determines the condition of a person. I thought we learned that with the booze bit of the 20s. Though alcohol does create anger and frustration, negativity, and car crashes and domestic violence and a lot of other things. And we also know that prescription drugs are addictive and they cause problems. Take it from a cancer victim or a survivor who understands about medication, how it works. So in the general sense, I've made it very clear that we make too much out of this marijuana. And if we can't deal with it because we got psychic problems with it, then make it legal and tax it and do the distances you want between this and that and the other to satisfy whatever you're looking at. I agree with John Walsh that an alcohol liquor store or liquor license are worse than this, obviously. So let's deal with the reality we have. Number one, go for the Koretz modified Wesson version that adds a more of a clarity picture to it. I'm obviously for that. But just know, colleagues, no matter what we do here as a group, things are going to continue in other states and on the national level. When our president said he ain't going to get involved with Washington State or with Colorado, what does that mean to the other states? So there's still a national policy that has to be developed. And if I really could tell anybody anything, it would be the members of the House of Representatives, go back and change that dumb law you got. And let's deal with the reality of this rather than shipping our kids to prison, spending $70 billion a year to build prisons and keep kids in prison. We can spend that money on education, health care, and infrastructure. Long story, but bottom line is let's move forward with this in this council now and show real leadership. Thank you, Mr. Koretz, as usual, for how you've handled yourself on this issue. Thank you, Mr. President.
No, thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Okay, primarily what we will be doing today is instructing the city attorney's office to draft an ordinance that will, in fact, give us time to have discussions with the various interest groups and then have discussions among ourselves. And then hopefully by the end of the month, we will return an ordinance before this body that we can vote on asked if we're going to put it on the ballot or not. So with that said, and no more speakers on the queue, I'm going to call for the vote. So, Madam Clerk, if you could please open the roll. Mr. Englander.
I was going to bring an amendment on this, but...
Yeah, well, see, what I said, basically today we're just going to instruct the city attorney. We're going to begin discussions with the various interest groups. And then in the event that, Mr. Englander, in the event that you have amendments that you want to have folded into this, we will do that so that when they bring the ordinance back, it will have the language that you suggested. I know there's some preliminary talks between your staff and mine. I think that your request is basically reasonable. So I would be hopeful that when we actually vote yes or no to place this on the ballot, all of those other concerns would be incorporated. This is just an instruction to the city attorney's office. So if you're cool with that, Madam Clerk, let's prepare to vote on this item. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, thank you. Members, thank you all. Okay, at this time, Mr. Clerk, we have several ordinances that we need to re-vote on. Could you list what those ordinances are, and then I'll call for a vote of reconsideration.
Very good, sir. Those are items 21 through 31. Items 21 through 31.
Okay, so this first vote will be for reconsideration. If we could open the roll, Madam Clerk. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, those items are now before us. We'll actually vote on the items. Let's, Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, Mr. Labange and Mr. Koretz, you have a presentation. Are you ready?
Mr. President, I heard Mr. Kokorian is still delayed. So could we hold this since we got a long agenda there?
By your command.
No, thank you very much. And also, Mr. President, on 18, I did get an answer from staff that they will meet with the Department of Disability so you can pull 18 off the queue.
Okay, why don't we then take it off of, from holding it and let's actually vote, Mr. Clerk, on 18 at this time.
With a friendly amendment that they meet with the Department of Disability.
Let us vote on this as amended. If we could open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Let's go to item 7. Mr. John Walsh, HollywoodHighland.org. John Walsh, we're going to take up item 7. Yes, Mr. Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. Go to our website, brand new posting. And again, public convenience or necessity for alcohol sales. Now, Mr. Rosendahl just said that alcohol is a poison and marijuana isn't. But you watch, he'll vote for this. He'll vote for this. This is the necessity of buying consumption off-site. Well, off-site. This is at the Corbin Shell gas station. I just want people to realize people go in there, drunk driving is out of control, so we want to make sure that these people can purchase their alcohol. See, these marijuana people, they're gone. They don't give a damn about this. Okay? That they can purchase it at 1,000 different places, drink it in the car, and kill people. And if anybody out there has had run over by someone in a car, it's because of alcohol being sold in this city out of control. HollywoodHighlands.org. Watch them vote for it.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. There are no speakers on the queue on this item. Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, now we're going to go to item 33, Mr. Walsh, which was called special by yourself. Item 33, John.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. Big Oil, that's where Rosendahl, he voted for it. Okay, 33 is, again, this concerns MTA. This is a very important issue concerning MTA. As you know, we cost them $60 billion when we defeated Measure J. Because of you people out there, because of the 100,000 people, we won by 25,000, and we've been talking to the public out there. And don't you ever forget the power is in your hand. And don't ever forget that if I was in Mexico or Central America, I would be taken out and shot. And don't ever you forget that this state allows me to talk. And other states do not allow. Go to New York, you're not allowed to talk. And I want to say that MTA is garbage. 1 million hours taken away from our bus service. 1 million. Stay tuned.
Okay, we're going to take this item and hold it on the desk. It's my understanding Mr. Weezer is circulating an amendment, so let's move to item 1. And I'm having difficulty. I think it's Maria Valencia, Stella Arrington, and maybe Angelica Morez. If you please come forward.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I believe this is related to the items that we held so that we could hear from the department as to
Is this, what, last week?
The lighting issues, yes.
The CD6.
And there may be several items that are relative to these
So
lighting
what do you wish to do with these?
What I had hoped was that the department could come and explain to us what process they went through and how they met with the, whether they met with the 218 requirements and whether they properly notified these people.
Okay, so why don't we, again, I'll take this and place it back on the desk. If we could contact the proper department officials and have them come and give us a report. So,
Bureau of Street Lighting.
It is a Bureau of Street Lighting?
Yeah.
Okay. They're here now?
They're ready. They're ready.
Okay, and then why don't you guys come up, and then Mr. Alarcon, I still want to hear from the public first. So if the public speakers could still come forward so that the department people will hear your concerns. So if you just come to the microphone and identify yourselves. In fact, what we'll do, we'll take items 1 through 4 together because they all pertain to the same district, same subject. So, Miss, could you please start with your...
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stella Arrington from Peoria Neighborhood Watch. This is a group that we've been working for over 10 years. And we work from Weeks Street through Rasco and from Webb to Heron. Every time that we have concerning, we're trying to resolve the problem. My belief is that we've been saved to the government a lot of money because we try not to we're trying to be under the law, over the law. The reason why we're here today is because in January 3rd, we start our commitment with the street lighting in our area, and we went to City Hall in one of the meetings. In the meeting, we have a speaker to explain about problems, and then at the following week, we have a meeting with more people in our community. The same month, we have a meeting with District 6, DWP, and in that time, we started explaining what do we need in our community. The day that we have a meeting with DWP, they said that they cannot do too much because we have to move to different departments with watch street lighting. Mr. President, may I have more minutes, more time? May I have more time, Mr. President?
No, hopefully the other two speakers can be able to help conclude what you were saying.
Okay.
So they follow you.
Okay.
Buenos días, mi nombre es María Mares. Venimos aquí otra vez a volver porque ya vinimos desde octubre. Okay, thank you.
Let's hold our time as we call our translator in.
Good morning. My name is María Mares.
Venimos otra vez a volver aquí, sea como molestia o como lo quieran tomar ustedes, pero para nosotros es muy importante.
We are coming back, and it might be an inconvenience for you, but for us it's very important.
Por el proyecto que nosotros veremos de Sun Valley, que nos ofrecieron, que nos iban a poner la luz.
We are coming from Sun Valley to talk about the project that was offered to us about the lighting, that they were going to install lighting.
Me refiero a la persona Emily William.
I'm talking about Emily William.
Que fue la que empezó a hablarnos de este proyecto que nos iba a ayudar.
She was the one that started to talk about this project. She mentioned that she was going to help us.
Creo que la mentira no la acepta la Constitución.
I think that the Constitution doesn't accept any lies.
Pero están trabajando bajo la mentira los políticos.
But the politicians are working underneath a lie.
Porque a nosotros nos prometieron ponernos luz, no por gusto, sino porque la necesitamos.
They promised to install some lighting, not just to install it, but because we need it.
Ahora, Antonio Cárdenas nos prometió que había 700. Ahora nos dicen que nomás hay 200.
Tony Cárdenas promised that there were 700, and just now they told us that they only have 200.
¿En qué bolsa los dejó que estaba rota, que se perdieron?
So where did he leave the money? In what kind of bag that was lost?
Nosotros queremos que nos cumplan. Como les dije, no queremos ya papeles.
We want you to comply. We don't want just papers.
Ahora que no hay dinero. Vamos al área de San Fernando, todo limpio, todo bonito, las banquetas bien hechas.
They tell us that there is no money, but if we go to San Fernando Valley, we can see that everything is clean and they have very good furniture in the streets.
En San Valley no hay dinero.
And good sidewalks.
Pero sí, a nosotros nos cobran igual impuestos, igual tenemos que pagar todos.
Yeah, there is no money in Sun Valley, but we have to pay the same amount of taxes that everybody else does.
Es más, están agarrando mucho dinero del dumpe.
They're getting a lot of money from the dumping.
Nosotros nos quedamos con las malas olores, malas enfermedades, mientras que el bolsillo se está llenando y no sabemos a dónde se está yendo.
We have to put up with the bad odors, and while we don't know where is the money going.
Por favor, quiero que nosotros, no nomás yo, sino todo el área, queremos que nos atiendan nuestras súplicas. No pidemos.
Yeah, we want you to hear, to hear us, all of us.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Mi nombre es María Valencia.
My name is María Valencia.
Vinimos con mis compañeras con el mismo proyecto.
I'm coming with them with the same project.
De que nos prometieron, nosotros pedimos la luz.
We requested lighting.
Porque vivimos en una área muy peligrosa.
We live in a very dangerous area.
Nuestros niños ya no pueden salir. Así como me ven viejita, tengo 3 niños a nuestra responsabilidad.
Yeah, our children cannot go out anymore. And as you see me that I look older, I have 3 children under my responsibility.
Pero ahora me toca y los felicito a todos los que están aquí porque se prepararon, estudiaron.
Yeah, I congratulate all of you because you were able to study.
Y así como quieren llegar a estos puestos,
and the same way that they want to reach these positions,
piden ayuda del que tiene la posibilidad de votar.
Yeah, when you want to reach these positions, you ask voters for help.
Y así estamos nosotros en la misma situación de que nos ayuden como nosotros les ayudamos.
We are in the same situation. We want you to help us the same way that we helped you.
Para que tengan el puesto que tienen, andan tocando puertas. Así estamos nosotros hoy tocando.
For you to be able to have the positions that you have right now, you go knocking on doors. And this is the same thing that we are doing today. We are knocking at doors.
Porque sé que solamente ustedes pueden decidir.
You are the only ones that can make a decision.
Porque esa es una discriminación. Nos dijeron que nos iban a ayudar y nomás pusieron en el plano.
This is discrimination. You told us that you were going to help us, and they just placed the information on a map.
Nomás un bloque.
And it was just one block.
Nosotros pedimos 3 calles. Sabemos que todos tenemos por toda el área quisiéramos, pero nosotros estamos las personas que nos reunimos.
We asked for 3 streets. I know that we need the light for all the area, but we are just requesting for the group that got together.
Era la Red Ben, la Rialto y la Linux.
Red Ben, Rialto, and Linux.
Y pusieron 5 bloques más.
And they also indicated 5 more blocks.
Pero en mi bloque nomás pusieron una calle.
In my block, they just placed it on one street.
Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I can finish my 2 minutes, Mr. President. I would like to finish my 2 minutes.
I thought you finished it, dear.
No, I did not. And I would like to request Trudy Williams to come here because she has all the answers.
See, now what we're going to do, I'm going to give you another 20 seconds, but then we're going to hear from the department, and then we'll move forward on this issue. So you'll have an additional 20 seconds to close on your remarks. So
Okay,
go ahead.
All the answer for this problem has Trudy Williams because she is the number one. This wasn't right. Well, it's because Mrs. Williams, it's Emily Williams, District 6. And I hope that she can come to the table and answer all the questions. I spoke with her yesterday because Mr. Fabian Chen do not have answer for us. She mentioned that she does.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Miller, if you'd like to start. Or should we go directly to the department?
No, I'll start very briefly and let the department get into more detail on the process. First of all, what's before you today, you don't have an action item before you today. This is simply the public hearing to hear protests. This is the exact same process as is done with all of your street lighting districts. The action item would come back to you on June 30th with the actual ordinance, so you wouldn't be approving anything today. Now, in terms of the process, since last week, I've done a lot of research, talked to a lot of folks. There's been a lot of communication going back some time. The council adopted the ordinance of intention in November. Again, standard process. There was the real issue is there were efforts to look at an 8-block area for a variety of funding reasons and others. The assessment districts before you are smaller than that. That's largely what you're hearing today. Also, there seems to be a lot of misunderstanding on some of the folks you're hearing from today. We're thinking that the city would be paying for all of the installation and maintenance of these lights. And as you know, in all of your districts, the city does not do that. These are all funded through assessment districts. So they did go through the process. There was a hearing in Public Works. No protests were filed. So this has been exactly the same process as you see multiple times in each agenda. And now I'll let Street Lighting get into any more detail about their process.
Good morning, Mr. President. My name is Fabian Cheng. I'm the Division Manager for the Community Services Division in our Bureau. And just to address some of Councilman Alarcon's issues as far as the outreach that was done for this project. Last year, I met with the office of Councilman Tony Cardenas, his staff, and we met with the community group here today to explain the process on how to get street lighting. At that time, we explained the cost associated with establishing a lighting district. And at that particular time also, some of the deputies from Council District 6 were going to look into possibly identifying some funding to help in the construction cost for these lighting districts. As the Bureau of Street Lighting, we're here to facilitate the process for establishing street lighting districts. And right here with me also I have our division manager for the Prop 218 division, and he can explain the whole process that we go through from petition to all the way to assessing the districts.
Yes, Ruben Flamenco from the Bureau of Street Lighting. Typically, we start off with the petition and we try to acquire the signatures from the property owners. And we try to see if we have enough support from the property owners to fund and assess a street lighting project. As mentioned before, it's generally the property owners who pay for the construction cost of the street lighting system as well as the maintenance cost. And based on the meetings and the aftermath that my coworker had with Councilman, I guess a 4-block project scope was determined or selected. And before, I guess we wanted to find out if we had the support within those 4 blocks to fund a street lighting project. So we sent out ballots to all of the registered property owners in those 4 blocks. And again, they're just voting on the maintenance cost. They're not voting on the construction cost. But I guess we wanted to find out if we had support or opposition amongst these 4 blocks to move forward with a construction lighting project. As far as the funding, though, that's a different issue, which I haven't had any discussions with council or the property owners. But as far as the maintenance cost, that's what we're trying to proceed forward right now, is to create the lighting district so that we can assess the people should the street lighting system be constructed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Alarcon.
Yeah, with regard to the specific areas that have been expressed by the commenters during public comment, what was the process of outreach to those communities? Was there outreach? Some of them are claiming that they did not receive notification. Have you communicated with them and asked them what the circumstances were? Have you investigated any of that?
What we did is we met a couple of times with the constituents and the council office to put on the table what our possibly street lighting project would be. We met with them, and even before that, council office also met with the constituents several times. So as far as the outreach, that was part of the outreach that was done. And also we did a straw vote poll that was sent to all the registered property owners to see if there was an interest in getting the street lighting. So it was a combination of meetings, emails, and also the straw vote to get a sense of what the community wanted.
So the notice doesn't go to tenants, it only goes to property owners.
Correct.
So if people were not notified, it might have been, is somebody translating to these people? Oh, they have translation service? I don't see it. Oh, they're wearing the máquinas. Okay. Okay, so the notice would have gone to the owners, but the tenants may not have known. Are these people that have spoken, are they property owners or are they tenants?
I believe there's both.
So they're saying they didn't get noticed. So if they're a property owner, have you investigated whether they received their notice?
Well, what we have is a list of registered property owners on a file. It is my understanding that most of them are property owners. There might be a few tenants, but we do not have that information.
So you're not able to tell me whether or not you've talked to these people to ask them if they got their notification, if they're an owner or a tenant, and explain to them the situation since last week when we continued this matter?
No, that's not what the Bureau of Street Lighting does. We're here to provide the information. We meet with the council office.
So even though the council continued this matter, having heard the people speaking, a half dozen of them, you did nothing to reach out to them to ask them what their concerns were?
Well, we already know what the concerns are. We've met with them before.
Mr. Chair, I move that we continue this matter another week and allow the department to work with these people. This is ridiculous. This is government. This is not the way government is supposed to work.
Okay,
if we get a complaint, we should deal with the people. Now, maybe I'm not suggesting that your procedure was wrong in any way, shape, or form, but the nature of government is not just about procedure. It's about working with people. And so if they have a complaint and they have not been fully engaged, maybe they have, I don't know. But you're not giving me the answers I need to be able to pass judgment. So I strongly request that we send this back to these people to see.
Mr. Alarcon, let me jump in so I can make sure something is clear in my mind. Jerry, what would actually happen today? I mean, we would vote, but then this is nothing happens, it comes back to us.
Correct.
Now, would there be time in between for them to have additional meetings with the community?
There would. All that would happen today is you'd close the public hearing. The ordinance would be back on June 30th. So,
Mr. President, this is how the process works. The more people that are involved in paying for street lighting, the cheaper it is. This is why a lot of neighborhoods don't have street lights, because the people can't afford it. These people want to pay, but they want to pay with the larger group. We've broken this up into 4 different lighting districts. If it were combined into one large one, they could save a lot of money. And that's the issue. It's not about each of these lighting districts being passed, but whether or not there's a possibility to organize the larger segment of the community, and I happen to be very familiar with it because I grew up in that neighborhood, spent the greater share of my life there. I know that they need lighting, and I would like for the community to have an opportunity to sit down, to have every opportunity explored. And maybe Mr. Cardenas did that. I don't suggest that he didn't. I'm just saying that for some reason we have more people complaining about this lighting district than we've ever seen since I've been back.
Okay, please.
Ruben Flameco from the Bureau of Street Lighting. Keep in mind that what we're trying to do right now is just create the lighting district. All they're voting on right now is for the maintenance cost. There's no ballot on the table right now to pay for the construction cost. And to my knowledge, these people do not want to pay for any of the construction costs. They believe that it was promised, I guess, by the council office. So they're only voting on the maintenance, only.
Yeah, but it doesn't include these people's neighborhoods. And these are the ones that are adjacent.
In fairness, I'd like to hear from, what did Mr. Cardenas' staff do? And where they are in the process. Because, Richard, I don't think we should just continue and continue and continue this. The feeling that I get from the gentleman at the head table is no, you're gonna have to sit down. No. You gotta go sit down. And Richard, I don't want to go, through this. I don't see a problem in us moving this today and then continuing to work with the residents of that area. Is that feasible to the gentleman at the head table? Could we continue to work with them and try to incorporate them into this district?
Yeah, we're here to help in conjunction with the council office. We work very close with them. We can definitely, do more outreach, get together with the property owners, the tenants. But keep in mind that ultimately the property owners are the ones that are going to be responsible for this cost, not the tenants.
So, Mr. Alarcon, I don't see why we couldn't proceed, direct them to work with the community, and then if they come back and if the ordinance is not to our liking in June, then we can make whatever necessary changes to that at that time. Is that not correct, Mr. Miller? January, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, let me point out, I represented this area for 14 years. I know this like the back of my hand. I went to every single house in that community during my tenure and even before my tenure, selling chocolate candy from Holy Rosary Grammar School. I know this neighborhood, and they need lighting. What I am saying, I'm not suggesting that Mr. Cardenas did anything wrong. I'm not suggesting his staff did anything wrong. I'm not even suggesting the department did anything wrong. What I am saying is that there are benefits to having larger lighting districts than smaller ones. The vote will improve if those considerations are made. What they have not been able to tell us is that they've even talked to these people since we continued this matter. I think that is wrong.
Have you had discussions with them?
Yes, we did meet with them a couple of days ago with our Public Works Commissioner.
I asked you that, and you said no.
We met with this particular group.
Did they meet with you?
Yeah, but still, that's still a meeting. And Richard, don't disrupt the meeting by bringing in let's keep this focused. So they said they met one time. The gentleman at the front table said that they did meet with them. And what I'm just not getting is that I think we can accomplish what it is that you want to do by moving forward with this the way that it is, having them go back and try to incorporate more homeowners so that when we deal with this again late this month, we might be successful. Or am I inaccurate in suggesting that, Mr. Miller? Because, Richard, really it's time for us to move on.
Yes, you can do that. You can reject the ordinance on the 30th of this month. Certainly more meetings are important. It's important to note that some of these folks are not within the proposed district, and that is one of the issues. But the council office and Mr. Cardenas worked very hard with Street Services over a year to develop the proposed districts ahead of you. That's one of the issues before you. The second issue is that there, at this point, is no money to actually build any of the street lights. Those are not in this assessment district. So all this would do is set up a maintenance district that would provide the ability to install and maintain lights in the future. So all of that, you can come to final resolution on January 30th.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes? Okay, Mr. Reyes is, okay, Richard, I don't want to move forward if you're not comfortable, but I do think it's time that we at least move this item along. So what actually is before us to vote on, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, today is only to hear the protests in regards to the designated street lighting districts, and I vote would continue the hearing and present the ordinance on January 30th.
Okay, and we will also close the debate on this issue?
Yes, sir.
Or close the hearing? Okay.
Until the 30th, sir.
All right.
The hearing would continue.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, just prepare to vote on this item. Let's open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, next, it's my understanding that Mr. Weezer has circulated his amendment on item 33. Richard, we'll get to your item after we take up two other items, but on 33, that amendment has been circulated, and I believe we can vote on that. I do not see Mr. Weezer. I do not believe he intended on speaking on this issue. So let's vote on it. Let's open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, what was that? Wasn't there another issue that we wanted to quickly dispense with? And Mr. Labange, I see you.
Mr. President, there was a request to to refer item 38 to the rules, back to the Rules Committee, item 38.
Okay, so without objection, that'll be the order on that item. There is a individual that's here, resident of my district, that's up for an appointment to a commission. If I could please ask you to come forward. This is Monica Torrey, and she's before us to be appointed to the Industrial Development Authority Board of Directors members. And what I'd like to do is recommend that we confirm this appointment. And so, Ms. Torrey, why don't you just sit tight for a minute? Let me see if the queue remains empty, and it has. So, Madam Clerk, let's vote on Mr. Clerk.
And, Mr. President, just for clarification, the committee report, it is a communication from the Housing Committee, has been from the Housing Committee has been submitted and circulated for Council's consideration.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, don't stop me when I'm on a roll now, okay? So let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Okay, all righty. Mr. Labange, Mr. Koretz, Mr. Krikorian, for a presentation.
Thank you so much. We have a very special person from Sherman Oaks that we're going to salute right now. And I wanted to call up my great colleagues who used to represent Sherman Oaks in such a fine way, Mr. Koretz and Mr. Krikorian. And I'm going to ask Mr. Koretz to kick this off right now as we salute Anthony St. John of the Sherman Oaks Neighborhood Council.
Colleagues, today is a bittersweet day. While we're happy a dear friend is fulfilling a dream to move abroad, we're deeply saddened to lose him as a resident of our fair city. Today we're honoring an individual who embodies the true meaning of community. Tony St. John volunteered countless hours to the community of Sherman Oaks, ensuring that he left it a better place than he found it. Tony is one of the first leaders to step up and truly organize and bring the concept of Neighborhood Watch to its full potential. As a longtime VP and public safety chair of the Sherman Oaks Neighborhood Council, Tony was able to mobilize residents to take control, become engaged, and partner with public safety agencies to fight crime. From street to street, neighbors in Sherman Oaks went from not knowing each other to having monthly meetings in which lifelong friendships formed to build strong communities. While others just talked, Tony was a man of action. When a series of cars were broken into, Tony teamed up with LAPD and the council office to purchase security cameras for the neighborhood. When a high volume of auto accidents occurred, Tony teamed up with Valley Traffic to study the speed and install speed feedback signs. When Tony learned of how ill-prepared we are for earthquakes or other natural disasters, he stood outside supermarkets asking folks if, quote, they were ready for the big one, both scaring them to death but still educating them and providing helpful information. His list of accomplishments is too long to list. But Tony, thank you for your service and your dedication to the people of the San Fernando Valley and the entire city of Los Angeles. Your work is a reminder to all of us that we should not just debate issues, but truly take action. We appreciate all the actions that you've taken. Thank you so much, Paul.
Good job, Paul. Mr. Krikorian, we have a special guest I want you to introduce right now.
Well, thank you. First of all, Mr. LaBonge and Mr. Kretz for including me in this, although I no longer have the pleasure of representing Sherman Oaks. I did until redistricting and had great opportunity to work very closely with the Sherman Oaks Neighborhood Council, which is one of the most effective, finest neighborhood councils in all of Los Angeles. And I think that the work that Anthony St. John has done as public safety chair is an example of the kind of organizing and activism that a truly effective neighborhood council board member can bring to a community and to our city. And so I'm really pleased to congratulate you on your recognition today. And I'm sad to see you go, but I wish you very well in the next phase of your life. And I want to take a moment to introduce Jill Banks-Barad, who, in addition to representing the Sherman Oaks Neighborhood Council today, also represents the Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Councils and has been such a great ally of all of the neighborhood councils in making our continuing developing experiment in community empowerment, making it as effective as it can be for all of the people of Los Angeles. Jill Banks-Barad.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilman Krikorian and Councilman Koretz. And I want to thank the City Council for honoring Tony St. John, because he certainly deserves it. As Paul said, Paul Koretz, this is bittersweet for us because while we wish him well as he goes to heaven on earth in the south of France, poor thing, we're going to miss him in Sherman Oaks. And I particularly, as president, I'm going to miss him because he always sat to my right and he allowed me to mutter into his ear when the speakers would come, and then he would always let me know when the mic was live and hot. So I had to he would say, watch your language. I said, okay. Yeah, it was a good lesson. But Tony did everything on the council. He pitched in. I could always count on him for anything that we needed. He was always there, and especially as chair of public safety. He was wonderful. He worked so hard with the senior lead officers, and we worked as a team. And you know, this is what neighborhood councils are. We need to keep our communities safe, and that's what Tony did. And so, Tony, au revoir et bonne chance en France.
Very good, Jill. Good job, Jill. Tony, you heard it from Mr. Koretz, Mr. Krikorian. You heard it from Jill. But you made a difference in the lives of people because you organized them to be prepared for the big one. That's right. You organized them, and the big one came, 19 years ago, tomorrow, and it could come right now. So preparedness is such a key. And I'm happy that you are going and getting that fourth quarter John Farrar didn't get his fourth quarter. Tom Bradley didn't get your fourth quarter. You go to the fourth quarter, you're going to the south of France, but you're not going to leave the city there, Joe. He's not leaving the city. Put your right hand up. He's on the Bordeaux Sister City France committee for us right there. Anthony, on behalf of all of us here, we salute you and commend you for your job well done and your public participation with the neighborhood council and organizing communities so they're prepared. And they're organizing community for the Neighborhood Watch, organizing communities for them to love and enjoy their neighborhoods. It's signed by the President of the Council, Mr. Wesson, Mr. Koretz, Mr. Krikourian, and myself. Let's salute Anthony St. John on his great service and wish him well.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you very much. You know, 6 years ago when someone suggested I run for the neighborhood council, the first thing I thought of, like any sane person would be no way. I've got a business to run, I've got kids to raise, but how could I ask them to participate in their student council government and not do the same for myself? But as I went door to door asking people for votes, I discovered how disenfranchised so many people were from the city of LA. And I think that's what the neighborhood council can do. You know, it just boots on the ground and getting people to realize that the city does care about them so that they will care about their city. So every brochure I passed out, every stop sign I got put up, every neighborhood watch group I helped form, the goal was to get those people to realize that the city did care about them so they would care about their city. So don't starve the neighborhood council system. Please nurture it. It's in your best interest and it's in the best interest of the city of LA. Thank you.
Before you get away, introduce your fine daughters and tell us where they're going to school.
These are my daughters visiting from New York where they go to school. This is Liza and Lexi St. John.
Mr. President, thank you. And if we could go to the back room and get a shot for prosperity, we'd appreciate it. Anthony St. John, give him a big hand.
Thanks.
We'll go right there.
Councilor Bond, you didn't mean a picture, right? Yes, okay. All right. Okay, Mr. Clerk, where are we? I believe item 35, right? 17. Let's go.
Mr. President, that brings us to item 17. It was held for the submission of a housing report. It's now in and has been circulated.
Great. There are no cards on 17. Seeing no one on the queue, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That takes care of that item.
Mr. President, that brings us to item number 10. If I'm not mistaken, you held that item, so a substitute ordinance could be circulated. Again, that ordinance has now been circulated and is before council for its consideration.
Thank you. And this was just essentially an amendment, a technical amendment to adopt a substitute ordinance with the technical amendment, and that is before us. Councilman Rosendahl?
Yes, if I could, because anytime we talk about cycling, I think it's great that the public hears it. Do you mind if I let the staff explain what we're doing?
Sure, it's very technical, but yes, it's pretty...
Okay, if I could ask staff to come on up. You know, cyclists are engaged, obviously, in every aspect of where we're taking cycling. And the more we take cycling seriously, the happier I am. The car culture has to leave L.A. Mass transit, cycling, and pedestrian walking as well, multimodal transport. So tell us, what is this technical amendment and how does this fit in if I'm a cyclist listening to this?
Yeah, sure. So the technical amendment that's before you today, it's a very minor modification that essentially Bureau of Engineering looked at it and they said we want the same clarity as our process when we're installing short-term bike parking spaces and bicycle corrals. So this is something that was already before Plum, and I think back in T Committee where we talked about this process by which property owners would apply for some bike parking space in the public right-of-way. Bureau of Engineering would have to give them a permit, but they would have to defer to the Department of Transportation as far as appropriate placement and for that use. And so this essentially would just copy and repeat that same exact process for bicycle corrals. And that's something that somebody from Bureau of Engineering had just indicated, hey, we just want clarity, that we just follow this process.
Okay, and people need to know you're in the planning department and you're a cyclist, right? And you take public transportation?
That's correct, Councilman. I ride my bike every day from Mount Washington.
There you go. And you are a cyclist as well, and you're in the DOT.
Michelle Maury, Department of Transportation. Certainly this ordinance will help us
consolidate the bicycle parking around the city and expand the uses of bicycle parking and include them in more public spaces like parks, allow us to site the corrals around the city, and will allow us to move forward. Right now the ordinance is pretty confusing, will allow us to clean that up a bit.
Great. And I just say to the cyclists out there, make sure you're in touch with these two great people and keep your focus on as we move forward with the project. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. So we do have an amendment before us. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Thank you for your hard work. Appreciate it very much. Okay, so...
And again, that's as amended.
All right, and we will move item 17 forthwith. All right, next item.
That brings us to item 11, called Special for Councilmember Zine.
Item number 11, Councilmember Zine.
Thank you. If I could have the folks come up from the Police Commission and also Office of Finance. Colleagues, this is a matter that resulted from an audit by our controller regarding parking occupancy tax. Parking lots in the city of Los Angeles collect 10% tax, whatever the rate is. And unfortunately, some of those folks running those parking lots aren't given the tax that they collect to the city of Los Angeles. And it was determined about $26 million in outstanding revenue that was supposed to be given to the city of Los Angeles being held by these individuals. And as a result of the audit, the committee that I chair, Audit Government Efficiency, looked into this with the cooperation of Office of Finance, the Police Commission, City Clerk's Office. We came up with a conclusion that there was a lack of communication and we needed to enhance that, permits, bonds, etc. So if we can have you gentlemen explain where we were and what we're going to do to improve this situation so we can collect this money, which goes into the general fund, and the general fund, 1.3% of our general fund, our $7 billion general fund, 1.3% of it, the parking tax goes into that fund to fund the services for the city. So who wants to take it away?
Ed Cabrera, Assistant Director, Office of Finance. First, I would like to thank the Controller for the Controller's report. We welcome the opportunity to work with the Controller auditors to identify additional tools and enforcement techniques so that the Office of Finance can enhance the parking occupancy tax revenue that is due to the city. Again, the key is that this is a tax on the users of the parking lot. It is not a tax on the parking lot operators. This is a fiduciary trust fund tax, and it is revenue that some operators were withholding and continue to withhold from the city because of lax accounting records or intentional disregard for the tax ordinances. We also want to thank Councilmember Zine for his support and leadership in recognizing the need for enhanced tools such as the parking tax collection bond, which this council approved recently and which the Office of Finance is in the process of implementing. We've worked very closely with Councilmember Zine's staff as well as Councilmember Zine, as well as an ongoing task force that we have in concert with the City Attorney's Office and with the Commission Investigation Division. We've worked very closely with my colleague to my right, Mr. Tifank. There are various tools that are in place. We are also seeking council action on an additional recommendation that the Office of Finance came forward with, and that is installation of mandatory permanent revenue control equipment for tax scufflaws in the POT area. With regards to the controller audit, there are 13 recommendations. Many of those recommendations were already in some form of progress prior to the controller audit. For example, the Office of Finance regularly looks at best practices of other taxing agencies in other cities. In addition, we are working with our contractor to bolster their resources and their auditing techniques, and we look forward to reporting back to the council and to the controller's office in approximately 6 months with the progress. I will turn it over to Mr. Tifank.
Thank you.
Richard T. Fank, Executive Director of the Board of Police Commissioners. What the Commission Investigation Division folks have done as it relates to improving the oversight of the permitting process for auto parks in the City of Los Angeles is we cooperate and work with the Office of Finance. When an individual submits a request to have a permit issued for an auto park, before that permit is issued, we ensure that they have no outstanding tax liabilities to the city for any tax liability to the city before a permit is issued. Once the permits are issued, they are good for that calendar year. So as we moved into calendar year 2013 for the issuance of the permits, we obtained from the Office of Finance a listing of those current auto park permit holders that had taxes owed to the City of Los Angeles. There were 39 permit holders. We then issued letters to those 39 permit holders advising them that they had a tax liability to contact the appropriate staff at the Office of Finance to resolve that tax liability. It is my understanding that at the last contact I had, 25 of those individuals had resolved their tax liability to the tune of just under $100,000. The overall tax liability of those 39 permit holders was just about $2 million. Those individuals who had not resolved their tax liabilities, their permits were not renewed until they resolved those. Going forward, also what we have done for the past 2 to 3 years is we have personnel assigned to Commission Investigation Division, sworn officers, and we have had the Los Angeles Police Department loan us 2 additional police officers to our unit, and their primary focus is auto park enforcement. We do that throughout the city. We currently have 4 cases pending criminal prosecution against 1 operator for operating lots without permits, and we are developing other cases. So our intent now is putting together criminal cases against those individuals who are operating without permits, and we're doing that very aggressively. We go out and we will issue citations. We will take people into physical custody if that's necessary to enable us to shut them down so that they will get into the permit process and get their actual permits. So we believe in the enforcement piece that we're doing, the oversight of the permitting process, the liaison and cooperation with the Office of Finance, and ensuring that those who are permitted are paying their POT, that we have improved the overall process for the city.
So, thank you. And I just want to acknowledge Councilmember Englander and I went out with one of the teams doing enforcement, and it was amazing how many people are collecting that money and not giving it to the city. They're taking that money, collecting it, and not giving the dollars to the city, and it was an outrageous amount. So this compliance is what is necessary to keep that general fund running.
Thank you,
so we
Councilman.
request approval for this and move it forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, I have one more person on the queue, Councilman Rosendahl.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. And I want to thank you, Mr. Zine, once again for your leadership on the Audit Committee and how we in the committee dealt with this issue. And good morning, gentlemen. Appreciate being in front of you. How much money are we not getting that we should be getting right now?
Approximately, the parking occupancy tax generates approximately $88 million on an annual basis. Approximately 10 to 15% of parking lot operators are delinquent. It's difficult to say. One of the reasons for some of the ordinances that Office of Finance has recommended is because that the Office of Finance, in attempting to audit these operators as well as our contractor conducting audits, what we experience is a lack of cooperation, a lack of records, a lack of participation in the audit process. So some of the assessments and the figures that we discuss are estimated assessments. We estimate at a higher level to ensure that we're protecting the city's interests. So it's difficult to put a firm number on it, but we believe approximately 15%, 10 to 15% of the operators are delinquent in their taxes.
Okay, so we're looking at $12 to $15 million.
I don't know that it would be that high. For example,
at least 10.
We don't know because there are different levels of taxes that are paid by the different operators. Sure. We have had legal action that the Office of Finance has worked with City Attorney as well as CID in pursuing some of the more egregious cases.
Sure, right.
But more recently, as we have improved our task force efforts with CID and City Attorney, we are dealing with these on a monthly basis.
Right.
So I don't believe that we can equate that since 10 to 15% of the operators are delinquent, then that translates to 10 or 15% of the overall $88 million.
Sure. Well, that's all good. And, of course, the task force makes a lot of sense. working as a team, cooperating, collaborating, right hand, left hand, is critical. And of course, LAPD, your involvement is priceless and absolutely essential for the success of this. So keep the task force moving forward. Obviously, keep giving us reports and updates, thanks to the chair here, and thank the city controller for her leadership as well. But it's a no-brainer, folks, to get this resolved. That's another $8, $10, $12 million that I would say is gold in the gutter that needs to be picked up right now. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Okay. That concludes the speaker queue. Seeing no one else, let's open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay.
Mr. President, that brings us to item 35, called Special for Cards.
Okay, we'll call that special for cards. Let's do 1 minute each for 20 minutes total. So we have quite a few cards. If you can make your comments as brief as possible to allow as many people to speak, we would appreciate that. So the folks that have submitted a card, please come to the microphone as I call your name. David Burke, Austin Price, and Lauren Windsor. Please come on up. You've got 1 minute, but if you make it shorter, we'll allow more people to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is David Burke, and I'm here because I believe that big money in politics is the most serious problem presently facing this country. Due to lax campaign finance laws and embarrassing court decisions like Citizens United, enormous amounts of money from a few wealthy individuals and corporations have flooded our political system, giving those few individuals and corporations undue influence over the political process. As a result, too much legislation favors special interests at the expense of the common good. The problem of big money in politics is pervasive, and the consequences are dire. We need a national movement to undo Citizens United and restore power to the people who are intended to have it. Placing a question about Citizens United on the May ballot can be one of the first steps toward building that movement. It's a way for voters in Los Angeles to let citizens throughout the state and across the country know that they want a government that serves the people rather than a government that primarily serves campaign donors or corporations.
Thank you, sir.
So please do the right thing and place a question about Citizens United on the May 2013 ballot.
Austin Price, Lauren Windsor, and William Nuttall.
Great. Thank you all for your time today. My name is Austin Price. I'm the field director with CalPERG. We're a statewide consumer group. And I'm here today to first thank you for the work you've already done on this issue. But obviously the 2010 Supreme Court decision in Citizens United has allowed an unprecedented wave of not only big money in politics, but secret, dark big money in politics. 3 times as much money was spent in this election than 2008, which was already a record-breaking election. But if there is a silver lining, it's that now people are paying attention to campaign finance. And I brought with me 1,500 signatures that we've collected from knocking on doors and talking to people in your districts and in the city of Los Angeles, people saying, please do everything in your power to let us weigh in and make our voices heard. This is undermining the integrity of our political system and people's trust in government, which we need in order to really make this thing work. So,
Thank you, sir. Our next
for your
speaker.
time.
Thank you very much. Lauren Windsor, William Nuttall. I'm sorry? Oh, okay. So we'll hold their card. William Nuttall. Thank
Bill
you.
Nuttall from West LA, Mr. Rosendale's district. I'm here to put my weight behind this measure being on the ballot so that citizens of Los Angeles can put their weight behind the need to get big money and politics under control. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mary Beth Fielder, Polly Nuttall, and Angeli Kronheim, I believe. Please come on up to the microphone. You're welcome to line up behind the speaker.
Start?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm just want to speak in favor of putting it on the ballot in May.
Last December, a large contingent of Los Angeles citizens came together and worked with the City Council to pass a resolution. But now, if we could put it on the ballot and give the vast majority of people the opportunity to actually vote on this, it would be an incredibly powerful message sent to the country and to Congress that we need to get money out of politics. A recent poll showed that over 90% of Americans are in favor of getting money out of politics and overturning Citizens United. So the question is just how do we build the movement? And an action like this will have an incredible impact in doing that. So I just want to thank all the council people who have gotten behind this. And I want to urge you to follow through with it and put it on the ballot. Give us the chance to weigh in. Thank you.
Can I have your name, please? Your name?
Mary Beth Fielder.
Thank you. Next speaker, come on up, give us your name.
Hi, I'm Pauline Nuttall, and I live in West LA with my husband, Bill Nuttall. And we have been supporters. Is that better? Yeah. Hi, I'm Pauline Nuttall, live in West LA with my husband, Bill Nuttall. I'm part of Bill Rosenthal's district, happily. And we have been so absolutely amazed that Citizens United could pass. How can you say money is free speech? How can you say corporations are people? We need to get all of this resolved, and thank you for voting for this last year. Please let's put it in front of the people. The peoples will talk, and they will not be shut up on this issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, give us your name.
Hi, I'm the LA organizer with California Common Cause. My name's Anjali Kronheim. We're thrilled that the council is considering putting this on the May 2013 ballot. We'd really like to thank Councilmember Alarcon for introducing it. I also wanted to give a shout out to the 40 people that are here to testify on that issue today. You guys know when I come here to talk about matching funds, it's not that exciting. This is the biggest city to make a statement on this issue, and 400 cities have followed suit after you guys passed the resolution. So now it's time for voters to give them the chance to weigh in. Ballot measures in November of 2012 passed in Colorado, Montana, cities like San Francisco and Richmond. And also the other thing to just add is that this measure actually helps to increase turnout in local elections, especially among young and minority voters. So thanks for your support, and I hope it goes on the ballot.
Thank you, ma'am. Quasi Krumalt, Gato Manjankian, I believe, or Gato, Linda Holter, and Kai Newkirk. Please come on up. You can form a line behind the speaker.
I'm Kwasi Nkrumah. I'm here representing the Martin Luther King Coalition of Los Angeles. Occupy the ballot. I'm also in my second term as an elected representative on my neighborhood council. In all those functions and for all these groups, we're concerned about the impact of Citizens United on the practice of democracy, the massive use of corporate funds. Corporations are not human beings. They should not be allowed to usurp the rights of human beings in the political arena. And frankly, as public officials, you need to get out from under the gun of the power of the pressure of that corporate money in electioneering and the rest as well. Please give our electorate in this town an opportunity to voice their will on this question. It is essential if we're going to have a society that is still actually run by the people, for the people, and of the people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please come on up. Give us your name.
Hello, thank you. My name is Gato Manjikian. I'm an advocate with CalPERG. And I want to first thank the council for their leadership on this issue by already passing a resolution. And I believe this is a great opportunity for the city to further its leadership and empower citizens as well. And most importantly, I think this measure is going to play a critical role in the national movement to reclaim our democracy and overturn Citizens United. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Linda Holter, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important issue. You are our duly elected representatives, and as such, we the people are asking that you provide an opportunity to allow us to vote on an essential issue of our participatory democracy. Should government-created entities posing as real live people be allowed to participate in our electoral process as though they are real live people? This is the situation as it now stands with the Supreme Court's Citizens United decision. Under this ruling, under the guise of individual free speech, Enormous amounts of money, very often with no way of knowing who actually spent that money, is being thrown into the electoral process and ballot issues by these artificially created persons. Many real-life people feel this is distorting and has the potential for destroying the very democracy on which our country is built.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Kai Newkirk, John Trotter, Maurice Bunton, and Ann Porter. If I call your name, please come on up.
Good morning, council members. My name is Kai Newkirk. I'm an organizer with 99 Rise. We represent young people in Los Angeles and New York primarily who are working to get big money out of our politics and who feel so strongly about this corruption of our democracy that we've been willing to put our bodies on the line and risk arrest and nonviolent civil disobedience for this cause. And we're here today just to ask you to build on your leadership, which we think has been exemplary in passing the resolution to overturn Citizens United, and to give the people of Los Angeles, the nation's second biggest city, a chance to speak directly on this issue to our congressional delegation and to the people of this country to build this movement, which we know that most of you support, to reclaim our democracy and make sure that all of our elected officials, as all of you want to be, are accountable at the end of the day to the people before any of your funders. So thank you for your support.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please give us your name.
My name is John Trotter. I live in the Koreatown neighborhood. I want to thank you for your support. Previously, on the constitutional amendment on this issue, I urge a yes vote on this motion for two reasons. Money is not the equivalent of speech. It's the power to control speech. So that's my first reason I urge a yes vote. And second, corporations should not be considered citizens simply because they do not behave as citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. My name is Ann Porter. I live in Eagle Rock. I've been spearheading the Northeast Los Angeles Move to Amend effort, and I want to let you know that 7 neighborhood councils just in my area alone have passed resolutions in support of an amendment establishing that only human beings, not corporations, should be considered persons entitled to constitutional rights. They include Eagle Rock, Highland Park, LA 32, which is El Sereno, Lincoln Heights, Boyle Heights, Cypress Park, and just last night, Glassell Park. And I want to thank Jose Huizar for his yes vote on the resolution last December, and also Eric Garcetti for his leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Maurice Bunton, live Mid-City in the Museum Square area. I'm here to urge your yes vote on item 35 because I believe that Citizens United in its current form is a serious threat to both democracy and the democratic process in this country. I do believe that all of us have seen and witnessed what happened in Wisconsin. We should acknowledge it is not just a top-down issuing of money from private corporations and wealthy private citizens, but it is also coming from the bottom up, affecting local and state elections as well. So I urge your vote yes on item 35 and let Los Angeles strike the next blow. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker.
Hello, my name is Paul Steele. My name was incorrectly put forward on the listing. I'm here on behalf of the support of ballot measure 35. I reside in the Silver Lake District, represented by mayoral candidate Eric Garcetti. And it's interesting that President Obama has put on the license plate that he will be driving to his inauguration the words taxation without representation. And Citizens United is a powerful way for people to be able to lose their votes, because money that influences our elections is sent in, as people have been stating, to local areas without anyone knowing their origins. So I urge you to vote yes on 35.
Okay, I'll call the next group of speakers. Guillermo Duras, Sidney Nagano-Young, Bill Eisen, and Barry E. Levine. Please come on up. Guillermo Duras. Guillermo, you here? Okay. Sidney Nagano-Young, Bill Eisen, and Barry Levine. Please come on up.
Hi, my name is Sidney Nagano-Young, and I live in the Hollywood area. I'm just here to remind everyone that we live in Los Angeles, and because of that, we are leaders. And when we do things, people notice and they follow suit. So let's be leaders in fixing our democracy and let the people of Los Angeles have their say. For this reason, I urge you to vote yes on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please give us your name.
My name is Barry Levine. I'm a board member and education chair of the South Robertson Neighborhood Council, and I would like to thank the council for moving the issue of a constitutional amendment denying corporations the rights of natural persons and stating that money is not free speech to the ballot on May 2013. In July 2011, SORO was the first neighborhood council to ask our elected officials to support this constitutional amendment. In December 2011, this council approved the same resolution. By placing this issue on the ballot, that would be the next best step. It will allow the citizens of Los Angeles to weigh in on this very important issue, which I believe is necessary to preserve our democratic republic and to return power to the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Eisen, Guido Gurgenti, I believe, or Gurgenti, Chip Travis, and Mike B.
Yes, my name is Bill Eisen. I was born and raised in the city of Los Angeles, and I support the motion. This past November, the voters in over 150 cities and towns across the country voted to support a constitutional amendment to overturn Citizens United. It's time that Los Angelenos also got a chance to vote on this important question. I'd also urge members of the City Council to sign a petition supporting passage of the American Anti-Corruption Act, which I understand will be introduced as a bill in Congress as soon as 1 million people have signed. Anyone can sign with a click of the mouse. Just go to www.represent.us for details of the measure and to sign the petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Guido Gurgenti, I believe, Chip Travis, and Mike B., and Alex Levin.
Hello, council members. Thank you all for putting this resolution forward. I'm sure that when all of you got into public service, you didn't want to spend all your time fundraising and going to big mansions to court rich donors. You wanted to serve your constituents and really work on problems that matter to the majority of Americans. Unfortunately, because of Citizens United and the way campaign finance is going, members of Congress spend 30 to 70% of their time fundraising, time that's taken away from listening to their constituents and writing policy and deliberating, and even getting to the congressional floor to vote. LA has a system of public funding, and I wish that made us immune to what the Supreme Court does, but it doesn't. Already in this mayoral race, super PACs are coming in, and candidates like Wendy Gruhl, who would like to just take public financing, are having to armor up and take outside money. So please repeal Citizens United. Keep LA and this nation safe. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please give us your name.
My name is Chip Travis. I'm a council organizer for MoveOn.org, and I represent the Mid-City area of Los Angeles. This is my second time here. First time was December 6, 2011, and you did us all proud then, and I'm hoping you do it again. I'm here in support of the putting it on the ballot. After the 2012 election, it's become apparent that the problem is well out of control. The issues that are important to most of us are being corrupted by money and politics. We have the military-industrial complex, the prison-industrial complex, pharmaceutical-industrial complex, media-industrial complex, not to mention Wall Street. It's time to put an end to it. So thank you for making this available to us, and hopefully it goes on the ballot in May. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have Mike B., Alex Levin, and Alfredo Trejo.
My name is Mike B. I'm from Montrose. I think it's fairly obvious that our federal and state governments have sold their souls to corporate money. If you take a look at Jack Abramoff in his book Capital Punishment, he described it as legalized bribery, and God only knows he should know since he was doing it. I think it's obscene that international corporations can bring out-of-state money and influence our state elections. We really need to do whatever we can to get corporate money out of politics, and the first step on that is repealing Citizens United, and I think the people of Los Angeles should have the right to vote on whether they will live in a democracy or a corporatocracy. Thank you for having us here.
Thank you. We're getting close to our last minutes.
Hi, my name is Alex Levin. I'm from Glendale. First, I wanted to thank you all for letting us be here today and also say that you all look very nice. The bottom line is that 2012 election was the most expensive presidential election in history, and there's something wrong about that. We have to put this question on the ballot to help change that. For that reason and for everything pointed out by my friends today, I want to urge your vote for yes on this motion. Thank you.
Okay, our last two speakers, please come on up.
Good morning. My name is Guillermo Deras, and I came to support the overturning of Citizens United. And I would like to be put on the ballot by the next election. I think that doing this will improve a little this weak democracy. But I think that the next step should be to overturn the secret coup d'etat of December 23 of 1913. By doing that, we will build a real democracy. And we, the people, when we rule in our world,
thank you, sir.
We will push to abolish weapons of mass destruction.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Our last speakers, thank you. Ma'am, did we call your name?
Me?
No, the next person, did we call your name? Okay, please, come on up.
Hello, council members. My name is Alfredo Trejo. I live in Los Angeles, East Los Angeles, and Boyle Heights. Currently, I'm a college student at East Los Angeles College. I'm studying political science, and it is well known that there is large distrust in Sacramento and D.C., and one of the large reasons is because of Citizens United. I think that if you would let the citizens of Los Angeles vote on this topic, it would create more trust in the government. So I hope all of you guys have heard what me and my peers have said today and vote yes on item number 35.
I believe you had to move your car, right?
Yeah, Lauren Windsor.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm here today to support this resolution, to request that my Councilmember Krikorian and the entire council take this seriously, put it on the ballot. And sitting here today, listening to all the topics discussed, you deal with on a daily basis the issues facing local governments and their functionality. Rarely do you have the opportunity to weigh in on such an issue of importance, to display true leadership qualities. So I urge all of the council members to vote yes on putting this on the ballot for the mayoral 2013 race. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and that concludes the 20 minutes. That concludes the 20 minutes. We reached as many people as we can. So that concludes public comment. Okay, Sergeant, please, he's disrupting the meeting now. You are disrupting the meeting. Okay. So we do have Councilman Alarcon, like to please start the discussion?
Council members, the City Council has already weighed in heavily on this subject by voting unanimously on December 6, 2011 to support Mr. Garcetti's and Mr. Rosenthal's resolution to oppose the Supreme Court decision in Citizens United. The bottom line is that the Supreme Court killed our democracy in 2010. They replaced it with a corporatocracy. Now, corporatocracy is not a word that I taught when I taught U.S. history. When I taught about the balance of powers that were supposed to make our democracy strong. The fact of the matter is we now have a tremendous imbalance in our United States government because the Supreme Court on a 5-4 vote decided to make corporations human beings. Now, I know that that we have differences of opinion, Democrats, Republicans, other parties, but we should never run away from our responsibility to uphold our constitutional provisions to create our democracy. The definition of democracy comes from the Greek word that says the people, essentially. And it meant all the people. It didn't mean a group of people, it meant all the people. The word corporation is derived from the word that means a body of people. Not in other words, a group that is taking care of its own self-interests, as opposed to all the people's interests being weighed in and counted for. And that's why we cannot allow this to occur. The fact is that in the United States now, the highest priority of a corporation is to make profit. And for them to take the consumer dollars and turn them into political campaigning for the purpose of profiteering greatly imbalances the weight that the people of the United States should have in our democracy. And that's why this is so bad. This particular measure is intended to send a message to Washington and to the rest of the United States that we need to change this. We need to correct this imbalance and provide a constitutional amendment that will recognize that the people are first in the United States of America. And so there has been a grassroots movement, as was mentioned, after the Garcetti-Rosendahl resolution. 400 jurisdictions weighed in with similar actions. To date, Montana put an initiative before the voters. 75% of the voters supported, which established the official Montana policy that corporations are not people, and to support a constitutional amendment. In Colorado, 74% of the voters, a similar action. Massachusetts, 79%. San Francisco, 81%. Of course, that's San Francisco. Chicago, 74%. And so there is a growing movement to declare that we want to take our democracy back from corporations. Now, I'm not denying, and I don't think anybody, maybe some people, but I don't think the vast majority of people who voted against what the Supreme Court did are saying that corporations are fundamentally bad. What they're saying is they need to be regulated, they need to be controlled, but they should not be allowed to buy elections. They should not be allowed to take the place of the people's vote. And that's exactly what Citizens United, the decision in Citizens United, did. So I believe we cannot let the corporate agenda replace the people's agenda. And I believe that we need to preserve our democracy, and in fact, at this point, we need to bring it back. They cannot buy our democracy. And so I would ask that you support this measure to give the people of Los Angeles an opportunity to make a loud statement in millions of voters saying to the United States that we intend to pursue this constitutional amendment. A specific language that we have worked out with the city attorney will be something to this effect. shall the City of Los Angeles adopt a resolution that there should be limits on campaign spending and that corporations should not have the same constitutional rights as human beings, constitutional rights, and instruct our elected officials and area legislative representatives to promote that policy through amendments to the United States Constitution. Now, that is the limitations on what we can do. But I would only hope that as elected officials, and most of you will be here for quite a long time, I hope that you will do everything you can do in the future to fight to preserve our democracy and seek this amendment out. There are a lot of hot items, talking about guns today, talking about terrorism, but there can be nothing more important to America than preserving the democracy as it was written, as it was intended. Corporations were not part of the equation. They should not control our country. I've said before that the 2001 Space Odyssey, that HAL took over the human controls. HAL was the computer that took over the spaceship. Corporations are HAL, and we cannot let them take over America's agenda.
Councilor Alarcon, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Councilman Garcetti.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the public who's taken time out of their day and who's taken months and years out of their life to do this. We appreciate it. This is what history feels like. The things that we see in history books that are just a page that turns, where slavery ends, where women get the right to vote, where segregation is over, often or always, in fact, the result of long struggles that take many, 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 many years to write the words, the lines, the paragraphs, and the pages of those history books. But this is an important page for America, and one that I'm proud to be alongside you for. And I want to thank my three colleagues who've introduced this, and I rise in full support of it. It was a proud moment a little bit over a year ago when we came here to be the biggest city on the record on this issue. And when folks sometimes say, why are you doing things that are international or national? I always say, why should we give up the power that we have before we exercise it? That Los Angeles has a voice, that just because one level of government doesn't respond, be it a war, be it a financing system, that doesn't mean that we, with the power of 4 million people, can't stand up through our elected representatives and actually speak up and speak out. In fact, we must. It is a requirement of democracy at those moments to make sure the democracy reflects us. And I agree with Mr. Alarcon. This isn't hostile to business. This is leveling the playing field for people, which is, I know, what we had our founding fathers focused on, that people were people. Even they were mistaken about how they did it. And our struggle in America is to make sure that that vision, which was a good one, always incomplete, becomes more and more complete each day. So I rise in full support of it. And thank you for your great work. And let's vote aye on this today, colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Garcetti. Our next speaker is Councilman Koretz, followed by Councilman Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's hard for me to say much that hasn't already been said. Mr. Alarcon and Mr. Garcetti said it in such an articulate way. I'll just add simply that this is one of the most disastrous rulings on record for the Supreme Court. And I think we all have to realize what we do here today may have no impact. We don't really have standing to change it. But sometimes when we take this kind of an action, it helps build a movement. And even though on paper you see no way to make it happen, you generate the action and it happens. Years ago, I think we helped bring down apartheid in South Africa by having so many cities and states and every level of government throughout the country and throughout the world just make a statement that it was wrong. And I'm hopeful that we can do the same thing here. A big city like Los Angeles having a big vote and a very solid majority saying this was an insane ruling, giving the rights of citizenship to corporations, and we've got to take it back. And I appreciate all the people who helped make this happen. I appreciate Mr. Alarcon and Mr. Rosendahl and their efforts on this. And let's hope this is the start of an ever-growing movement to take back our country.
Councilman Rosendahl, then Councilman Huizar.
Did you mention me just then? Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being here today and not giving up. It is true. We are the biggest city that so far has supported it. Montana, Colorado, Massachusetts, San Francisco, and Chicago. We are the blender of the planet. We are the microcosm of the earth. We are where everybody comes from everywhere because we're America. We're the place of dreams and hopes. You want to take that all away from everybody and destroy the middle class in this great nation? I mean, it's bad enough, the amount of money that influences politics. Believe me, having been a journalist for 16 years and doing public affairs shows, I never went to a break every 2 minutes to pollute the brain with a commercial. We allowed a discussion that would be legitimate to happen until it was finished. Then we took a break. And remember, the news is supposed to be the give back by corporate America. It's not to be a moneymaker. So, take the money out of the television news. You know, it's amazing. I walk in every supermarket where everybody knows me. They don't know who the member of the House of Representatives or the state senator is. Why? Because the local boob tube, which gives you 8 seconds of a smile, as Jim Newton knows, you get a smile. People come up to me and they say, "Oh, Bill, I saw you on TV." And I'll say, "Oh, yeah? What was I talking about?" "Oh, I don't know, but you were great." That's the extent of the awareness of what the issues are. I mean, this is such a joke that I'm glad everybody is laughing, because we have to find some humor in this. Now, look, by us waving the flag and saying yes, 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 it can't hurt, but the real play is in that town called D.C. and getting those politicians, those gutless ones, to get off of their backs and start realizing they work for all of us here. And we need to change the marijuana law, get these kids out of prison. We have to change the military-industrial complex concept, the way we let that run us all in these dumb wars we're in like crazy, killing our young people. So look, it's the leadership of the people, it's the empowerment of the people, and that's what you stand for, that's what we stand for. So we'll go on record once again pointing out that what they did is a slap at the democracy, and we're not going to tolerate it, we the people. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Councilmember Huizar and Councilmember Labange.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and most everything has been said, but I do want to thank everyone who's come out, and I know that many of you have continued to not only push this here in these council chambers, but throughout the city and the nation. And I want to thank one person in particular who is a former staff member of mine, and he came into my office one day and said, "Council member, I feel so passionately about an issue that I want to go work on this full time. And I want to make sure that we take democracy back for the United States." And I want to recognize Kai Newark, who's here, who left his regular job to work against Citizens United. Thank you so much. And he's out there doing some good work. We have taken campaign finance reform up, and it was a bit more intense for us a few years ago. And we have a public financing of campaigns system, and I wish it would be more robust. But I think when this came down, it really put a damper on a lot of us who were working on those efforts. And I just want to say again that in 1938, the Supreme Court said it right when it said by Court Justice Hugo Black, "I do not believe the word person in the 14th Amendment includes corporations." Let's keep this fight on. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Labange.
Good. Hey, this is a great thing to support. Unrelated, but in 1993 I lost an election, but I was the first candidate in this city's history to have matching funds to level the playing field. That's a real important thing. To see the gobs of money. All I want to see is high mountains like Mount Whitney, free in nature. But a corporation of money is not a natural thing. It's a built thing. People are real things. So I wanted to support this, Mr. Alarcon and Mr. Rosendahl, and let you know it's real important that we bring it all back to what they first thought of as we created the politics. Be fair, be equal, and get it done right. Thank you. Call for an aye vote.
Thank you, Councilor Barnes, and I just want to say thank you to all of you who have made this a national stage issue. It's important that we all bring our voices together, and I thank you for that opportunity. So that being said, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 1 no.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes, for holding down the fort. Mr. Clerk, why don't we take up item 20?
Very good, sir. Item 20 called special for Councilmember Labange.
I don't see Mr. Labange, so I'll go to Mr. Labange. This is item 20.
Just as this develops, I want them to look at other things. Let's say if there's old meters that could be used for the Police Athletic League, youth sports, a variety of United Way causes, things of that nature. That's a friendly amendment, Mr. Huizar? Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Huizar. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Huizar.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And colleagues, we took up this item in Transportation Committee where we had a great conversation. I want to thank Mr. Rosenthal, Mr. Labange, and others for helping to improve this. It was a motion I brought forward on finding creative ways on how we could help our homeless population. The Homeless Donation Meters program that we're hoping to establish here in the city of Los Angeles has been successful in other cities such as Orlando, San Francisco, Miami, and Denver, and I think it's time for the city of LA to follow suit. We have one of the largest homeless populations, and we should take a long, hard look at how we could implement a very similar program as these other cities. My staff has already had conversation with organizers in Denver, and they raise about $100,000 annually for their homeless population through these types of meters. Our city recently went entirely to coinless meters, so we should look at utilizing those meters and teaming up with private businesses, much like Denver has done to help them sponsor the meters themselves. A majority of Denver's revenue comes from the private sponsors. In any case, whether we raise $10,000 or whatever we raise, we should definitely consider implementing this type of fundraising opportunity here. The motion I introduced, along with Councilmember Bill Rosenthal, states that this is a program for downtown, but I think it should be open to any area of the city where there is support. My only consideration is making sure the money raised goes to the areas that it was raised in. We should definitely want to thank LASA as our homeless service provider. They will be a great place for us to distribute some of these funds. And in any case, this is a creative way to move forward. Lots of things we have to work out, so there is definitely a lot of questions to be answered. But at the end of the day, let's get the ball rolling and get more money to service our homeless population here in the city of Los Angeles. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, what am I talking about? Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Could I ask Ray to come up, please, from the DOT? Obviously, this makes a lot of sense to do this, but I'd like him to go on record and explain briefly what we're talking about here to act on. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Sal. How are you?
Explain this.
Basically, I'm just sitting in for my senior transport engineer who is on conference right now. And the agenda, I guess the motion is to provide the 1,100 or so of those coin-only parking meters that we took out back in mid-December to use those as a homeless donation meters. So I'm just here to hear what the council instruction for us to do, but we'll be doing research to take necessary steps to move that forward.
Okay, Mr. Huizar, just for the record, of course, I'm for dealing with homeless issues. We are one of the biggest homeless populations in the planet are here, and it's an abomination, it's a shame, and it's a disgrace. And there are 1,100 meters that are being suggested right now that we give for homeless locations. Why do we want to do that and not just put meters on and generate revenue? I mean, I'm trying to understand the logic of how this helps the homeless.
Yeah. But these are meters that will no longer be used, and so instead of disposing of them, we should put them to use. And we've seen in other cities that instead of throwing them away, they've put them up, and people who sometimes would rather give to somebody who they don't know if that money is going to be used correctly, they'd rather give it to a the post that will then give it to an agency to provide direct services to the homeless population. That's the thinking behind this.
Okay, and so we'll do this in a pilot sense, but we'll take it to committee first and answer all those questions.
Yes, there's
so
still
this
much
is just
more.
to move us in the
move
process.
us in that direction, so that conceptually there is agreement by this council to move in that direction.
Right.
We got to work out the details, and this is for downtown.
Right,
Even
right,
expand it to other areas.
right.
There's many more of these meters that we no longer use, so we could definitely put them in other areas. We were thinking a pilot first to answer the questions, but there's definitely some other areas we could put them in as well.
Let's put it this way. It's certainly worth exploring at this point.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, no more speakers on the queue. Madam Clerk is prepared to vote on this item. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay. Hey, Mr. Krikorian? Oh, I was just going to call on you. What? I'll let you go first.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask for reconsideration of item number 37 for purposes of introducing a substitute motion that contains a technical correction. There was just a arithmetical error in the totals listed on item 37. We need to reconsider it to fix that.
And while I have you standing, and we will definitely address that, you know we have a series of items that we're supposed to deal with in closed session. Can we deal with some of those in open session? And if so, if you could give us your recommendations, we could dispense with that, and then we'll take care of your item 37 as well.
We can do that if you'll give me. Oh yes, here we go. So item number 39 has already been continued. Item 40 will need to be considered in closed session. Item number 41, 42, 43, and 44 are all resolutions that have been considered by the Budget and Finance Committee and can be voted on in open session unless members have questions or concerns. Items 45 and 46 will need to be considered in closed session.
Okay. So, Mr. Clerk, why don't you identify the items that were brought up by Mr. Krikorian? Let's vote on those items. Can we take them all up together, or do we have to do it individually?
We can take them together, sir. I do need to read each recommendation.
Okay, so let's read the recommendation, and when we finish with that, we'll take up item 37.
For item 41, there is in the case entitled Q Sang Roe et al. Versus City of Los Angeles, there is a recommendation to expend $473,553 in settlement. For item 42, in the case entitled June Moo Kim versus City of Los Angeles, there is a recommendation to reject the plaintiff's offer of settlement. In item 43, in the case entitled Marvell Jamal Hill versus City of Los Angeles, there is a recommendation to expend $360,000 in settlement. And in item 44, in the case entitled Jessica Jeans versus City of Los Angeles, consolidated with the case entitled Clifford Plegincool versus City of Los Angeles, there is a recommendation to expend $500,000 in settlement.
Okay, is that it?
Yes, sir. 41 through 44.
Okay, then let's, on these items, let us, Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, can we now go to item 37, or are we still waiting for some paperwork? Or?
Mr. President, I am told we're waiting on a substitute for 37.
And what does we're working on it mean? That means 2 minutes. Okay, Mr. Clerk, is there anything on the agenda? Or maybe what we'll just do is go to the special. So we need to recess the regular meeting and go into the special meeting. So, Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Very good, sir. Alarcon, Buscaino, Englander, Garcetti, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, LaBanche, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Zine, Wesson, 14 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay, what is before us at this time?
Mr. President, item 47 is an item for which public hearing has not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, without objection, that item is now before us. Do we have any cards?
Yes, sir, we do.
I don't see them. How many? Where are they? Oh, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Walsh passes. Is that the only card? That's the only one that Okay, we have a gentleman with his hand up. But did you submit a card? Sergeants, can you get a card from this gentleman so we can have him speak? He's, public comment. No, this is on a special meeting, and this is item 47. Okay, so now that item is before us. Mr. CAO, why don't you quickly walk us through your recommendation?
Good afternoon, Miguel Santana, CAO. What you have before you is an updated report to the issue of safer sex. We are recommending that we be in compliance with the ordinance that you've already adopted by adopting the county ordinance on this issue. We've worked with the city attorney as well as with the original proponents of the city ordinance to reach a resolution. So what's before you is a number of things. First is to direct my office to update the film permits process to require that any producer that is seeking to produce adult film also have with them a county health permit, ensuring that condoms are used during the production of that film. The second is to amend the city's current ordinance to reflect that change and so that it's consistent with the county-wide ordinance. The third recommendation is that we adopt that ordinance. The fourth is that we be directed to come back and explain how violations will be reviewed and enforced. The fifth is to direct that we start collecting data around this production through our contract with FilmLA. And then finally is that you receive and file this report.
So there's nothing, the action that we take today will have nothing to do with placing something on the ballot.
That is correct. We believe, and we've worked with the city attorney as well as the advocates who originally brought this proposal, that the ordinance that's currently on the books allows for some amendments. This is consistent with achieving the objectives that are laid out in the original ordinance. So we will not need to place an additional item before the voters of Los Angeles.
Okay, so in the event that we vote on this today, as you have suggested, I probably will stop receiving calls from Africa where Michael Weinstein is. That's what you're suggesting.
We have worked very closely with Mr. Weinstein and his attorney.
Okay. So members, let's vote on, what's that big hit record that's out? We'll have our own, we'll call it Condom Style. So that's what we're gonna vote on at this point in time. Oh, Bill is on the queue. Bill? Mr. Rosendahl.
Appreciate your leadership on this, Mr. Wesson, and we're moving in the right direction. If I'm looking at AIDS Healthcare Foundation people sitting there, that this makes a lot of sense, as I gather. They have been talking to me, interacting with me, obviously for many, many, many years, and unfortunately they played the Undertaker role back in the 80s and 90s when the epidemic was beyond one's ability to appreciate in any way, shape, or form. So I just want to say, AIDS Healthcare, God bless you all for your leadership. Michael comes over the house to give his visits after he comes from one foreign country after another. I'm very proud of what you do, not only in the United States, but throughout the world. Thank you, Mr. President.
No, thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Okay, Mr. Koretz, we need someone to make a recommendation, and I was hoping you'd rise to recommend that we support Section A.
Yes, it makes no sense to have two competing regulatory schemes, and I don't believe we need to go back to the ballot to do this. The report with option 2A offers a reasonable and legal way to ensure that we don't have these competing regulatory schemes, and so I would ask that we vote for item 2A.
Okay, so Mr. Clerk, just to clarify, we're going to vote on Mr. Koretz's recommendation, so you may want to just clarify as to what it is.
Yes, sir. That would be moving the recommendations included in the CAO report with item 2A rather than 2B.
Okay. AKA condom style. All right. All right, Madam Clerk, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, that's the only item that's in the special meeting, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir.
So let's adjourn the special meeting and return to the regular meeting.
Very good, sir. At this point in time, we still have Mr. Krikorian's request to reconsider item 37.
Okay, now do we have the amendment that Vought promised in 2 minutes? Has that been circulated?
I don't believe so, sir. We do have general public comment still.
Well, why don't we take some of that, and would somebody please adjust a Vox wristwatch? Okay. Okay, is William still here? I don't see Mr. Robusta. Okay, then I'll go. John Walsh, HollywoodHighland.org. VOC, it's longer than 2 minutes.
Here it
Yes.
is, our John Walsh, our endorsements, and Buscaino got our endorsement, only one up here, and also a new post. Okay, I'm having trouble with, it's not the police officer, I'm having trouble getting my cards from them to you, so from now on I will hand in 20 cards for each agenda item. Maybe you won't lose 19 of them. Okay, as far as Bill Rosendahl is concerned, he said that alcohol was harmful, and then he voted for an alcohol license in a gas station. We have the highest hit and run in America. It's correlated. The more you sign, okay, these liquor licenses, the more people are killed. And when the blood hits the street, you're responsible. Read Simone Wilson's article in the LA Weekly. Okay, Steven Spielberg, Garcetti, he's not sitting there, anybody but Garcetti for mayor, sent out a email blast. He didn't use Spielberg's name, but he attacked Spielberg personally for supporting Wendy Gruhl and called Spielberg an outsider. Now, as a Jew from Hungary, I consider that when we are called outsiders, and Spielberg is a Jew whose parents owned a delicatessen for over 150, 60 years, I consider that anti-Semitism. And next Wednesday is the mayor's birthday. He will be 60 years old. He never publicly celebrates it. So next Wednesday, January 23rd, we will hold a birthday party right here in council chambers. We're inviting everybody. We're inviting Charlie Sheen. We're inviting everyone for a big birthday party because he wants to hide the fact that he's 60 years old. HollywoodHighlands.org.
And John, I'm sorry to hear that you're having difficulty with your cards, Sergeant. The one thing we want to do, John, don't disrupt, but I want to make sure anybody who wants to speak, let's make it as easy as possible for them to turn in their cards to you so that we can call on them at the appropriate time. John Anthony Brown, and up top it has Smokey Brown, Henry Marine, Louis, is it Einstein? And Bill Huey.
I'm going to get up. Okay. You sit right there. Can I talk now? I'm John Smokey Brown. I was up late last night in fasting and prayer. I fought for you in the jungle. I'm a Vietnam veteran. I'm a deacon of the church. I give communion to the sick. And I worked at Grateful Meds for many years. And Grateful Meds, when I came to this city sick with 130 pounds and couldn't buy marijuana, my medicine that my doctor in San Francisco prescribed for me so I wouldn't throw up my medicine and I could eat and I could be a real person, You closed our shop. Shame on you. We had over 200 patients that had AIDS that were getting 2 of these and 2 grams of marijuana and an edible every day if they were sick with AIDS or Hep C or cancer. And you closed us. And not only that, you smacked me on my rap sheet, and then you made me homeless because I couldn't pay for my medicine. Everything I had to pay for, and I didn't have any check. I'm not retired. I'm telling you something, guys. Last night I went into a church that just happened to be open, and God visited me, and He gave me this city. And you're in the minority, friends. You're rich, and you're the watchdogs for the rich, and it's not going to happen anymore. And if you don't get in contact with me and give me a building, public domain, where I can roll in the shopping carts where the employers have taken advantage of their employees for so many years, and everything's going broke because nobody's getting paid enough money. If you don't turn this town socialist, I will. I have 1 million strong people. They're not like the fools that were out on their lawn out here. We bear arms. We take care of people, and I treat people like I want to be treated. And I'll tell you what, sir, if you don't get in contact with me and help me get the homeless off the street,
Thank you.
if you don't close the BIC,
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you. No, your time is expired. If I give you more time, Mr. Brown, I have to give others more time. Please don't disrupt this meeting. Okay, Henry Marine, please come forward. Henry Marine.
Listen, sir.
Mr. Marine. Mr. Marine. Thank you. Thank you, sir, but your time is up. Your time is up, sir.
I tell you what, sir.
Your time is up. Thank you.
I'm going to close this place.
Thank you. It's okay.
I'm going to close this place.
All righty. Come on, Mr. City Attorney, make note that he's disrupting the meeting.
I believe the Council President has duly noted that, and
okay, Henry, come on. And then where's Lewis? And I don't see Bill Huey. Yes, Henry, go right ahead.
Yes, I'm here still waiting for one of my representatives from CDA to account for the time and money sheltered for me as shown in Hackland Cole MOUs. Apparently, under MOU 62, Mr. Serrano and some attorney from the district attorney's office made the others understand you can hire BOEs forever and just provide the prevailing wage rate minus 10% and let the union administer 100% of the benefits of them. On October 26, 2010, Mr. Dion informed Mr. Rosenthal that it is illegal to withhold money from the pay of others than me and not provide government benefits. A W-2 defined city or Hackley employee can only get benefits from that W-2 defined Hackler or Kohler employer. National Labor Relations Act shows that government and the union are not employers. However, those corporations that we said, this here's a 15-headed body corporation here, and they only got one leg to legally stand on. So I got this here in the mail. This person won't vote for this person, and that person won't vote for that person, and that person won't vote for that person, and they won't vote for each other. So who are we supposed to vote for? They don't know. They've been here working together for 12 years, and they still can't figure out who's the best candidate to serve as mayor and who's going to provide the money that was sheltered in the first place. I'm the HNIC NWA head negotiator in charge of negotiating with administrators in regard to the money sheltered.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Now, do we have Louis Eisenstein? Louis? Bill Huey? Okay, that concludes general public comment. Are we ready to act on 37?
Yes, sir, we are. A substitute motion has been circulated. Accordingly, it would require 3 votes of council. First, to reconsider the matter. Second vote whether to substitute or not. And third, on the actual matter itself.
Okay, well, let's begin with the 3 votes. So the first vote is for reconsideration. On item 37, let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Okay, the second vote, Mr. Clerk, is for what again?
Whether to substitute or not.
Okay, on that, let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
The last vote
is on the actual motion itself.
Okay, Mr. Krikorian, you good? Okay, so on this, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Okay, now that brings us where? Closed session, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Mr. I see this city attorney has this strange look in his eyes. What does that look mean? Oh, wait. Talk to me now. Mr. Krikorian.
I think Dion was signaling to me. Mr. President, on further review, item number 40 is a matter that we can dispose of as well in open session. There was an underlying case that might have entailed more discussion, but what's before us today is a bond on appeal, and it should
Okay,
be
let's do it then. So now we're going to vote on item 40. Mr. Clerk, if you could please read that item.
Very good, sir. For item 40, in the case entitled PC et al. Versus City of Los Angeles, there is a recommendation to post a total of $5 million, post a $5 million judgment bond.
All right, so on this item, there are no speakers on the queue, no cards. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes, 1 no.
Okay, so now, sergeants, it's time for us to move into closed session. So if I could have you clear the council chambers at this point in time. Please clear the council chambers. Mr. Labangi, if you could come forward. Mr. Labange. Okay, so I've been informed that we're back in open session. So, Mr. Clerk, what I want to do is continue item 46 until Wednesday of next week. And what is that date?
That would be Wednesday, January 23.
Okay, so let it be written, so let it be done now. What is before this council at this time?
Mr. President, Council has motions for posting and referral.
Okay, they are posted and referred. Next.
The desk is clear.
All right. Dion, do you need to make an announcement? Okay, Mr. City Attorney, for an announcement.
Yes, in closed session on item number 45, the Lavon versus City of Los Angeles case, the City Council authorized legal counsel to pursue settlement negotiations, to seek modification of the District Court's preliminary injunction ruling, and by a vote of 8-3, with Rosendahl, Koretz, and Ellercon, council members Rosendahl, Koretz, and Ellercon voting no, and with council members Zine, Garcetti, and Reyes absent, to file a petition for certiorari of the Ninth Circuit ruling.
Okay, thank you. What next? Is it general announcements, Mr. Clerk? Members, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Buscaino? And again, members, be sensitive that we are about 90 seconds from losing a quorum. Mr. Buscaino.
Quickly, thank you, Mr. President. Today was a great day in the Port of Los Angeles. Along with the mayor, we broke ground to the West Basin rail yard. That's going to create 2,000 construction jobs. In addition, will generate $1 billion in annual state revenues. We want to thank the mayor and the port staff and the West Basin family for that. And also, we welcomed the Cup, the Stanley Cup on the USS Iowa today. And we thank AEG and the LA Kings. The Cup stood on the USS Iowa, and we're able to highlight the new the NHL season and welcome for this coming year. Thank you.
Wonderful. Mr. Labange?
Joe, who was the Stanley Cup named after?
Lord Stanley.
Very
Of
good.
course.
Where's this famous park? In Vancouver.
Vancouver.
Stanley Park.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Again, we are about to lose a quorum. Any other announcements? If everybody in the council chamber would please rise for adjourning motions. If everybody would please rise for adjourning motions. Please rise. Any adjourning motions? None on the right? None on the left? Members, this meeting is adjourned.